Victor's Day, all creatures of various change ratings, and welcome to Kingdom of Aldana. Previously, the Hero Stellans and company has been ambushed by a dragon they found under the Mount Pertheus and engaged in combat. The dragon proved to be a complicated fight, not fearing to avoid melee engagement using the terrain to its advantage and pestering the group with environmental effects. Despite the prolonged fight and complications and the struggles and many members of the Hero Stars going down, the dragon was vanquished and destroyed, only to melt into a puddle of lava to the surprise of everyone remaining on their feet. Leaving this investigation for a later date, the group decided to take a short rest and contact Lady Khazar, who has miraculously appeared out of thin air, apparently having watched the whole fight and just waiting for the group to come in contact with her. She congratulated you on your victory and created an extra-dimensional mansion, inviting you all to a crescent site in far more comfortable conditions, soothe your wounds, recover your strength, and enjoy the food and drink offered. During your rest, she engaged you in, so to speak, analysis of the fight that happened, pointing out some weaknesses in the strategy, and revealing in the process that this dragon was not a real one, but rather an arcane construct of hers, which caused quite a strong reaction from the group. As opinions have split and tensions rose, Lady Khazar has offered to take a more prolonged break to let such tensions ease in before you would continue the conversation and decide upon the further plans. As such, the group has disbanded upon different bedrooms and bathrooms to clean up, soothe the burns, do whatever medicine have been needed, things for themselves, things together. And currently you are staying in this six-dimensional mansion. You have pretty much any facility you could imagine to be here at your disposal. It is still pretty damn early in the morning, and considering that you have taken your long rest just a couple hours prior, you will need, well, if you wish to, spend a significant amount of time, like 8-10 hours inside of the mansion before you will be able to properly sleep, recover your strength and your magical might completely, and do other things you might decide to do. So, anybody has anything specific they wanted to do on their own, or find somebody?
All I'd mention... sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, all I'd mention is that Arles definitely doesn't take part in anything that is offered. He's basically gonna stay in that entrance area and eat his own food, flavoring it and cleaning himself up, but he's not taking anything from Lady Khazar.
Except for the food.
No, his own food.
Oh, okay.
Rations.
Right. Much to the unseen pain and horror of the servants around you. But that is what you choose to do. Okay, moving on, Dragon.
Yeah, well, I'm taking the cold chair and all that stuff like the day before. I just want to ask Melora if, like, what does she think about the situation?
She's a little hesitant. I don't know, honestly. I understand what she was trying to do, but doing that, she caused a lot of issues for the kingdom and everything, with all those farmers or people that went missing in the forest with those spiders coming down there. I really don't know what to think.
What do you think about her method?
I understand it. It seems extreme, but I understand it, if that makes sense.
It seems to really. I still don't know what to think about it. I mean, well, back in Nebo, people teach their kids to swim either two methods. They either get inside the water with them and help them out, or just throw them in the deep water. And if they do start drowning, they jump in and help them. This is basically the second method, and I don't know what to think about it. But it did make some of our party members really angry.
And I understand their feelings on this as well. I personally don't think it's a method that I could use, but I can't say I'm completely mad at her. We're in a desperate situation. We have to learn how to fight a dragon. It does call for extreme measures.
I guess. Still causes, though, a lot of tension and even, one might say, trauma.
I know. I wish we could help with that. I don't know how, though.
I don't think there's anything to do about what's done.
I think Arliss is going to have a hard time trusting people again.
I think Arliss never trusted people at all. Not really.
It seems like he was starting to come around a little. Around us, at least.
True.
The only thing we can do is, I guess, just be strong for the others. Just be there for them if they're going through trauma, as you said, and hopefully they'll open up with us and we can try to help them. I mean, that's all I can think of.
Yeah, like we usually do.
We are all like a family. Even Leos, now that he's joined us, and I'd like to think of, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Zardos, if he sticks around. We all are close like family.
We had a saying back in Nebo in the military where dire situations makes real relationships.
Saying my mother used to say, what doesn't kill us just makes us stronger.
Well, that's about it. That's what Trigger wanted to know.
Anybody else?
We did want just to clarify. We wanted to talk to Lady Khazar like in the next morning when we have taken our long rest, right?
As far as I knew.
Charles doesn't, but the rest probably.
Yeah, I remember. If I remember correctly, she wanted to talk to us at least.
She offered. You didn't have to talk anything. It was more like current conversation is not going anywhere. Everyone is just mad and tired, so go do things.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. In that case, I would wait for that time to pass before.
Obviously, she is around. If anybody wants to talk to her before that or alone, no, you haven't. But
I'll go to her.
Really?
Why not? Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay. Zardas, what about you?
I was gonna wait a while and go to her myself as well.
Okay. Okay.
Like,
Okay.
like with everyone, or just you guys alone?
I was just going myself. I don't know if anyone else was going.
Okay, sure. So, I guess there's a slightly awkward moment when there are 3 entrances or exits to the main hall. Basically, 2 wings and the remaining of the mansion. And it is quite awkward when, like at the same point, Lady Khazar, Leos, and Zardas appear in that place. Lady Khazar seems to be carrying a stack of books and papers, and she sees Ardis occupying the table and the invisible servants, and turns around to leave as Leos and Zardos kind of like seemingly recognize intent, and it's up to you to decide if somebody's gonna back down, if you're both gonna go for it.
Hey Zardos, if you want to talk to her alone, I'm happy to come back later.
I can wait a while if you prefer to go.
Well,
Not in any rush.
do you want to talk to her alone? I wouldn't mind if you came with.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be alone. It's fine.
Well, let's go together then.
Sure.
Okay. In that case, you catch up with Lady Khazar, who has removed herself to a lounge area, I suppose you could call it. And as you carefully approach the cloth-draped arc to this place, you see as she's basically like spreading those books across the table that exists over there. Sits down, not like half sits, half lies down in the sofa next to it, and starts looking through them. It seems more like she's looking something up or checking something rather than just reading for fun.
Apologies for the intrusion, but I just wanted to know something. The Spider Queen. Was she? I don't know if you know, but I just want to understand, did she leave because the portal opened, or did the Spider Queen leave because you created a dragon there?
Well, for starters, why don't you sit down?
Sure, I'll sit down.
Secondly, I do not know exactly her reasons for leaving, but when I came here to place a dragon, she was not on the mountain.
Well, that answers my question, I think.
I suppose so. A dragon is indeed would have been an obstacle she would have been unable to deal with on her own, not without losses, I suppose. But I imagine the environment itself was already hostile enough before she left.
Yeah. All right. Why did you think that was necessary?
Which
for
part?
us to fight the dragon? Couldn't you have just placed it there under the conditions of us knowing that this was practice?
Well, tell me if you knew that this was practice and the dragon was not risking your life and I was ready to come in and save you at any moment. Would you have fought it as desperately as you have? Would you have learned as much as you have? Would you have been able to go beyond your abilities without holding back?
Sure. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but that's the whole purpose of of training that you always try to go beyond yourself. It's just that it doesn't build trust if you don't know that you are under training, that you're not in a real situation. And I think that that outcome may be counterproductive.
Well, you see, you talk under the assumption that we have time to become friends and slowly, brick by brick, build up your strength. It has taken me centuries to build up my strength that way. Obviously, you're picking a different path. So far, you have come to me with many requests for information, for help, for assistance. All you have done in return is promise that you might be helpful in the future when we will fight dangers on the level of dangers are need to fight. I believe it has been long since you should actually start being useful. And so far, well, I imagine you're useful, but not in the line of work I require. You have defeated my dragon, barely. Were it ordered to not hold back, were it an actual dragon protecting its home, ready to kill and destroy, can you say that you would have left that fight without losses? And yet the dangers we face are even greater. And so there is a responsibility. Obviously there are options to resolve them without risking our lives, but that would require sacrifice of many other people. And I don't think you're ready for that. I don't care if you like me. I only require that you can be useful and that you can, on your own, face the things you will need to face. And believe me or not, but frankly, the troubles you have are just a tip of an iceberg.
I look at Zardos and want to see how he reacts to all that, what you just said.
I mean, really, that was kind of what I came here to talk about. And while I'm not happy with the ruse, if I'm honest with myself, it's more that I'm unhappy with my performance in the situation.
Good, then you have learned more than others.
Wasn't as prepared for it as I expected, and made some poor decisions and held back more than I should have.
You do indeed need to gather together and revisit your tactics. I found them lacking.
What would you have done differently, Zardos?
Well, I've gotten used to not relying on certain abilities of mine, but between your pet and our last encounter with my sister, I think I should stop. Need to make some changes in that area.
But what specifically? Do you have like any idea how you would have changed your behavior in the fight? Like, for example, run towards the dragon, jump onto his back, and start stabbing his eyes out?
That was a thought I had, but thing has seemed to be a little hot. That kind of disrailed that idea.
Yeah, and also the diving down into the lava.
Yeah, that too.
Well, if there's anything that you want to discuss or any tactics that you want to come up with, I'm happy to help as much as I can.
Yes, we might need to do that in the future. I was also hoping to, seeing as Lady Kazar seemed to be rather knowledgeable and skilled with the use of magic, as I can see with your pet. I was hoping you might be able to assist me. My father has been using a rather, say, dangerous ritual, and I was hoping maybe you could assist me with some alternative options for him. There's been a interest in, you could say, capturing people for the purposes of draining them to empower the family, and I was hoping maybe you knew of some alternative methods.
Who was that question directed to?
Lady Kazar.
Lady Kazar.
Then I have missed it completely, sorry. I was trying to fix the thing. Can you say it again, please?
Yes, thanks to my father's quest to empower the family, I was hoping to find some alternative methods that don't require the sacrifice of innocent lives. Hopefully, maybe with your knowledge and abilities, you might have some options in that area, or at least know something.
I am uncertain what you are talking about specifically. There are many ways to empower yourself. Fighting dragons is one of them.
Yeah, well, thanks to, I believe, Ceruleus, my father's come across a method of draining the blood of others to, I guess, empower our tiefling nature.
Curious. Do you know more about it?
Very little. I was only present for so much of the ceremony itself, and even that was early stages of it. From what I've seen of my sister in our last encounter, he seems to have perfected it, or at least increased its effectiveness.
Well, yeah, we're still jumping in and out. This is looking really ugly. I'm just gonna try and do this on time. Alright, back to the game. Well, most accepted methods of empowering yourself involve a lot of hard work or a lot of studying. If you're talking about sacrifices, influx of power from the outside, I imagine you're talking about sacrifices of ordinary people.
Yes.
That frankly screams necromancy to me, or at least something at the root of it. A relatively safe method for the user at a great sacrifice of fuel was ritual. Basically, the way this works is in order to empower oneself, something of equal or greater power needs to be sacrificed. In case of trying to empower a powerful family with extraordinary abilities, by using ordinary people, it involves a lot of people. However, if you were to seek a more powerful source of energy, other people of your level, or not necessarily people from our world, you could try and utilize fiends, celestials, elementals, depending on the nature of your powers. Though, obviously, in order to capture a fiend of power necessary to work for your ritual would involve a lot of danger for the one who captures it and during the ritual itself. As such, I'm sorry to say, but it seems like your family has chosen the easy way out.
Yes, and that would also explain why they were going after the princess.
Yes, I imagine she would, at the very least, fit the description of a person of exceptional bloodline. Well, there's also the option of utilizing arcane batteries, so to speak. But frankly, at your power level, it would require a small heal of magic containing quartz or similar material, which is a bit hard to find. Well, possible, of course.
Magic quartz. Interesting. Alright. Well, that was the primary reason for wanting to discuss with you.
If you learn more details about the rituals they're using, I could try and look into it in my spare time. Obviously, there might be something they're missing that I would notice, and many rituals are far less efficient than they could be if a proper practitioner would initiate them. So, for example, I'm certain I could actually, if family requires far less sacrifice to achieve what they want, or using sacrifice as an offering to achieve for great results. Still, it is not my way, so...
Yeah, I had a feeling it's not really the kind of thing that would sit well with most people. So, hoping to find some other method to keep them from going down this path.
I have started necromancy as every wizard has, but frankly I find the destructive power of fire far more elegant.
That works for me for now.
On a curious note, and speaking about problems I do have to deal with, there was recently an attempt of large-scale invasion in Nebo. Invasion of a fiendish nature. I have succeeded in removing the fiend behind it. Though undoubtedly many lower ones remain to be removed by the Ezra region. Does it have anything to do with your family?
I haven't been around them in a while, so with the exception of word I got of their attack on the princess, I'm not too sure.
Have you seen your family summon any fiends of virus parallels?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, let's hope they have nothing to do with this, or I might have to interfere.
Well, Ceruleus did mention some kind of event when we were talking on the boat term, which makes me think that he might have had a hand in that, and if Ceruleus had a hand in that, there might be a connection to Zardas's family.
There's a possibility. Father has conducted a number of rituals, one of which seemed to somehow create these items here as I Sure, the Thundercaller. Not quite sure where he acquires certain things between this and the swords me and my siblings possess.
The swords.
Are you familiar with these?
By these you mean...
No. Pull out the sword as well.
Yeah, that's what she was waiting for. Also, anybody else having artifacts with Jason? Can you try drop and return?
What was it?
Can you
Yeah,
try
your
drop the
camera.
call and return?
Your camera's fucked up a little bit.
Yes, it is.
It looks pretty cool though, to be honest. Like some sort of half robot.
Or just switch off the camera and reactivate it.
Yeah.
That might be a quick fix.
Okay, that
Wonderful.
works.
Yeah.
I'll do this for now. She picks up your sword and starts casting a spell on it. Well, this is interesting. You are aware this is just a part of the greater thing.
Yes, this is essentially a part of the coming of age gift from my older sister. We just all got a part of it.
Cute. Well, I'd like to say more about what it does, albeit that would require me to study it far longer than you should be willing to part with it. But I can say that if the blades were to come together, the growth and power would be explosive. It's hard to imagine how the complete blade would look like. And I'm seeing the traces of something rather sinister behind it. If you seek to reunite the blades, you should be careful about the price you might have to pay. And be prepared to abandon or wrestle for control. I sense malice behind it.
Well, it sounds about right. It's one reason why I've been a little hesitant to use all of its abilities on a
It
regular
is
basis.
powerful, no doubt with that. Not as powerful as some other toys your friends have, but it has potential.
Yeah, said my other family members have been a little more ready to use these abilities more so than I.
Well, in my experience, any arcane device can be tamed if the individual is powerful enough and strong-willed enough. So, assess your abilities, got your risks. Make a choice. You will
So-
definitely need more power.
Zardas, are you saying that there are abilities of your weapons that you haven't used?
Yeah, if I had in that last battle, things probably would have worked out a little better. As I said, poor decisions.
Well, have you ever used them before? The ones that you speak of?
Occasionally, and of course, Father definitely wanted to It was a last minute. I should have used it instead of shield.
Yeah.
Definitely, when we obtained the swords, we were definitely made to use them quite often, but wasn't always to my taste.
So you do know exactly what your weapon is capable of.
For the most part, yes. If it would continue to grow in power the more I used it, possibly. But as I said, I've been hesitant to rely on it too much.
Well, what I can tell you is that you should maybe look into using it more. Because
Yeah.
we are at a point where we really have to make use of any source of power and any tool that we have. And if you're strong-willed enough, even the most evil weapon just becomes a tool. And it's always the artisan that tells the tool what to do.
Yeah, as I said, after these last couple encounters, definitely seems I need to stop being so reluctant.
Well, how about this? We could set up a training session where you get used to the abilities that your weapons have and see if you remain comfortable using them. We can do that in a scenario where we are not threatened by lava.
Yeah, it was actually the other thing I was hoping to see if perhaps Lady Kazar here had another pet around that she didn't mind using for the moment.
Well, I could make you fight my hand, my purple hand.
Fight to the hand.
I mean, you wouldn't hurt anyone. It's a proper. I can attack you with it if you need. You wouldn't hurt me. You wouldn't hurt yourself. I could hurt you if you need that to happen, but I don't have to.
Interesting.
We can definitely just try if you want it. It's really up to you. I'm just giving you options how I could be of help to you. All right?
Good to know.
You don't have to do it today, tonight, or this week, or whenever. You just ask me. That's all you need to do.
Good to know. But if, Lady Kazar does have any other enchanted creatures or training facilities within this.
Well, had we been at the actual Sunset Palace, I could have offered you to fight my cutlery. It is quite powerful. I'm afraid, however, that creating another one of these is a bit too expensive to spend it on a training dummy.
Oh, we could get rid of all the fire elementals and whatever remains in the mountain. And you can test your sword there.
That's a way to go.
That would also be a part of fulfilling our promise to the Spider Queen.
I do have to mention that I suppose as a gesture of goodwill I did plan to solve the problem myself.
Yeah. Well, that works too.
Though if you wish to test a metal, so to speak, it is all yours. Definitely would save
for
you some
something
time and
like for something like that, we'd have to check with the group before deciding.
Yeah, true. All right, I don't have any other questions. I don't have any other topics. If you are fine with me leaving, I will head out to bed.
That's all I was here for as well. So.
All right, in that case, have a good rest and see you later.
I do advise you before you leave to actually get all together and talk about your actions in the fight. Luckily, and due to the fact how it was set up and the fact that you weren't aware of it, it has shown a lot of glaring holes in your planning, or lack thereof. I would like to remind you that Varen Mer will be nothing compared to the dragon I have created.
Yeah, you made that abundantly clear.
Good.
I head out.
Me too.
And go to bed.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can't go to bed, you need to, like, run around for 8 hours. Seriously, you can't go to bed right now.
Oh, right.
It's like 11 in the morning.
Oh,
I mean, you can go to bed, you won't be able to take a long rest. So, it's basically you all have to make a choice if you're staying for this long in the mansion, or if you're mad enough to just say, no, fuck it, we're leaving right now.
Well, if... Wait, Arliss is hanging out in the main hall, right?
That's what he said.
Yes. I
Yeah.
assume you were talking about Arls.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to him and ask. So, what do you think? How long should we stay here?
Depends, I guess.
Depends on...
If you guys don't want to clean up out there, then I think we should leave right now. Because we could be back in Kreuzung very soon.
Yeah, Lady Khazar mentioned that she could take care of that.
Yeah, I don't care about that, but I'm not about accepting more gifts from her, so...
Yeah,
It's more of a general, do we want to do this, or do we want to let nature take care of it over time, the way she already said? Independently of what she's going to be doing.
Well, yeah, we should decide that as a group. But I think Zaras would definitely profit from that.
It's gonna be another day, though.
I mean, I could
I'm
also just
definitely not up for fighting today anymore.
No, I have had my share as well. But I could just get us out all right now. And we could just go back to Kreuzung and spend the rest of the day far away from all of this.
Like I said, I'm all for doing what we were supposed to do by our deal with the Spider Queen. And let's just see what the group votes.
Yeah. Should we just gather everyone and just get
Yes,
things out of the
Sure.
way?
Could you collect them?
Yeah, sure. I'll head out and knock at the door of the couple and just wait. I will not open the door.
We already established that only took 1 minute, so you should be fine.
Oh, damn.
By the way, detect thoughts, I think that's 10 minutes. Isn't
No,
it?
that's 1 minute. I looked it up.
Oh, right.
Yeah, unless there's
I
some
know
difference
Kung
between a
Fu.
potion. Yeah.
As long as we're finished and Melora is fully presentable, she'll open the door and say, "Yes."
Hey, we wanted to gather and talk about what we plan to do next.
Oh, sure. We'll be right there.
Awesome.
Where are we meeting at?
Main hall.
Okay.
I'll go back to Alice. And I will ask Alice, so, is that the first time someone gave you, like, this sneaky training? Like she did?
Let me think. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Remember the first time that Niati did that to me? She
Well,
basically threw me in the pit of snakes.
there are a couple of differences in those times, I think. One of them is Lady Khazar doesn't actually know how a dragon fights. The other one is we could have actually been doing useful stuff instead of this garbage in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
We could have been actually following the threads of Sardas's family.
Yeah.
Well, instead we wasted our time because she said it would get stronger if we waited on it.
Yeah. I do think that we did take away some lessons from that. At least I personally did.
Yeah, I did too. I'm never gonna trust that. I'm never gonna trust her again.
I mean, aside from that, I mean, actually fighting dragons. I mean, you notice the clouds.
You do know that's because of what we described. She doesn't actually have an idea what happens when other dragons fight.
Yeah, that's true.
She's basing what that fight entailed on what she heard from us. And we now assume that red dragons or stronger dragons fight like that because of it. Seems like a lot of bullshit.
Yeah, true. Still, I think that there might be one or two lessons. I mean, if the dragon does do that, and to be fair, the last actual dragon we fought did that, we need to have a way to have clear sight. At least that's the one lesson that I saw in that ship.
Mm.
And what I learned is, well, no, it doesn't work. Never mind.
Where's the rest?
They're coming.
Yeah, we
Oh,
will.
I go to Zardas and pick him up because I don't think that. I don't know if he actually heard
Okay.
us talking there.
Let's say by now you are all there together in the same room space.
All right. Do we kill the rest of the elemental things and weird burning snake people in the volcano, or should we just go back to Kreuzung? And if we do go back to Kreuzung, should we leave now?
I think we made a deal with the Spider Queen. I think we should
Yeah,
clean up. I'm voting for cleaning up.
I thought that was the original plan, anyways.
It was, but Khazar said that nature would take care of itself over the next couple of months with the portal being gone, or the smaller portal up here being gone, so...
No,
No.
we made the promise. We should do it.
Another vote for that. Anyone else?
I'm up for it.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Guess in that case it's decided anyway.
We could also just teleport to the cave where we were supposed to, where we set up the trap for the dragon, and could just tell the Spider Queen that the portal is closed and that the remainders are just,
Going to flush out over the next couple of months.
yeah, or that they are no equal to the actual Spider Queen, I assume. And if she wants us to kill them, we just do that. And if she doesn't, well, then we can get out.
Let's just take care of it. If we're already 3 to 4 for it, let's just take care of it, not to make us waste any more time on it. By going down and then back up and whatnot.
Yeah, she may not give us a ride back up again. So
No,
the
no,
journey
I
back
have-
up would be long.
I have a stone for that now. I can teleport us right here.
Oh, okay. Still, I still think it's better if we just do it ourselves. Even as just a gesture of goodwill towards the Spider Queen. Instead of us just going, hey, do you want us to do this or not? We take the initiative and we do it ourselves.
Sounds right.
I can't disagree with that. Zardos, you could use that opportunity to test what we talked about.
Test what?
There were just a number of, well, not a number, but a couple of things I should have used in that last battle, but I didn't. So this will give me more of an opportunity to run out certain abilities. Let's see.
Sure. Not like we're gonna be doing it now, though, right? I mean, I definitely need some sleep beforehand. But I don't know. I think we could probably also take it in our current state if you guys want to go for it.
Well, let me check my juices. Well, I wouldn't mind taking that challenge tomorrow. I did spend a lot of energy on that fight.
Any other votes?
Yeah, tomorrow sounds fine. I think we all spent a lot of energy there.
Good.
Well, in that
Tomorrow.
case, tomorrow it is.
Yep.
I think that's probably the point where Leo's just... where I just leave and spend the rest of the day and until I'm sleepy enough.
Doing what?
I will use 2 charges of enhanceability, which and keep writing music for the festival.
One roll check.
Sure. I use enhanceability on charisma, so I can.
I have no idea how charisma would help you write music, but that's how the game works, I suppose.
Look, skills are broader concepts,
Yes, yes, sure.
I think anything that's performance or music based would be charisma, no?
Dan. Yes.
By the game,
most.
yes.
Well, to be perfect, out of character, I would probably say that it's a mixture of knowledge and taste.
And dexterity.
And
Okay, so like
not
it's an
necessarily
intelligence-
dexterity. When you write music, you normally don't give a shit about
Oh,
playing
yeah,
it
yeah,
accurately.
No, yeah, if
You
you're talking
just
about
try to
writing,
the
then
right
yes,
notes.
yes. I'd say
Yeah,
it's
and-
mostly knowledge. And yeah, I guess taste.
And finding something that creates some kind of emotional response and catchiness to it.
So, intelligence and wisdom. Insight, understanding people, understanding emotions.
I think there's something to be said for knowledge of what influences people as well. Like, that's not just wisdom. I think that's knowledge about charisma, which will be affecting how you actually perform it. For example, knowing about how to perform what as well.
Yeah, so basically I just add 30 to the check.
No.
That's good.
No. Yeah, but just rolling that with performance is just much easier.
Alright. Anybody else?
Is there a training room here?
There is, although I'm not sure it fits Tragus definition of a training room. What exactly are you looking for?
What is it, like yoga mattresses there, or is it like
It's a room where half of a pretty large room is a pit of sand, a lot of which is charred or burned to a glass-like state, and a couple, there are a couple dummies in that pit, or what remains of dummies. But there
I
are
can
no
work with that.
there are no weights, there are no how do they call them, obstacle courses, there are no training machines, just a lot of fire resistant area.
I'll look with the dummies, like with the spear.
Okay. Navarro?
The only thing I could think of is check and see if Ralph's here.
That's a good question. As I find that I have completely forgotten to take out my dice. Nope.
Okay. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, there have been no Ralph for quite a while, actually, I believe. Okay.
Not that long. We saw him at the end of the spider forest, or in the spider forest.
Have you?
Yeah, he
Ralph.
No, we didn't.
You haven't. I think the last time you saw him was when somebody sat on him in Tevmo. I think. But
I know
it
it was
just a couple days ago.
Yeah, it was after some big battle because he had like a whole lot of bones in him. That was the last time I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you get the extra green dragon scales and all that.
Yeah, it was. Yep, there.
All right. So, since most of you seem to have dispersed to do your things and waste some time, Lewis, you are disturbed in your work by the arrival of Lady Khazar.
Oh, all right. I'll just casually greet her. What's up? No, I don't do that. I just say hello.
Yes, but in this game, Ralph will be big enough to and strong enough to eat the mother of all dragons. Yeah. Well, seeing as you seem to be the more level-headed of the group and the one that has at the very least studied and been taught manners, I suppose they're called.
Well, yeah, I've been trained to be that way.
It is important to understand what you can and cannot do when so much depends on your decisions and actions. In any case, what is your opinion on the current situation?
My opinion on the current situation is that I really don't know how much that whole training session really has changed. Or at least how much it changed for the others. Arlis definitely doesn't seem to see any real purpose in this, except for that it built mistrust in you.
So I imagine my biggest mistake was to believe all of you to be capable of accepting the truth. Should I have kept it a secret?
The thing is that This whole exercise doesn't. We have so much on our plate that we have to look at, and there's a lot of personal feelings intertwined with the task that we have, especially when it comes to Okko and Ceruleus. And the dragons just somehow were piled on top of that. At least for me, maybe it was the other way around for them. We could have used that time to look further into Zardas's family, bringing us closer to an actual goal. And I think it may be hard for us as a group to value the lesson that you have given us here, when there's so much else that is expected from us or that we want to achieve or need to achieve. What did you think? How we would have handled the dragon? I mean, tactically.
I would have expected you to analyze your surroundings, analyze how unprepared you are for them, and come up with countermeasures. Means to engage dragon at distance, means to bring dragon to the land, threaten enough to engage with you.
Do you think that I noticed that when I cursed at the dragon that he attacked, was that something that you did just because we were fucking it up so bad, or was that actually something that you think would trigger a dragon into becoming or changing his tactics, becoming more?
The dragon has operated according to programming I have input into it. I have given it no additional commands in combat. Do not treat dragons as beasts or animals. The dragon you have fought, the dragons you have fought so far, and the dragons you will most likely fight in the future, are, let's admit it, more intelligent than most of you.
Yeah, that's fair.
The red ones and the green ones especially. It does, however, mean that these dragons have a personality and can be manipulated. Complicated, but can happen. You can anger a dragon, you can negotiate with a dragon, you can plead for a dragon. The green ones are actually pretty known for taking captives, especially if they pique their curiosity. I could easily see someone like you be considered a valuable trophy by, well, if not the Mother of Dragons herself, then at least someone on a lower scale. Your friends, they might be less valuable.
But what makes me more valuable? Is it just my manners, that I know how to talk to people?
It is one thing. Dragons do quite enjoy flattery. More importantly, your abilities. Your friends are strong, but sadly that is almost all they are. There's more to you. There's depth, there's art, there's deep loss and sadness. The dragons would not recognize those last, but a dragon does enjoy a tune, and finding a good musician, one that can withstand the company of a dragon, is not an easy feat. As such, a valuable trophy. Your friends can entertain a dragon as long as it takes the dragon to kill them, but what else would they do? But that is just a small excursus into the psyche of a dragon. There doesn't seem to have been no.
All right, let me ask you a question. If there is so little to my friends, why is one probably a goddess or something similar? Wouldn't that be interesting for a dragon? And then we have Arliss, who is
Self-destructive, impulsive, arrogant, selfish,
well. You only see
short-sighted.
You only see the characteristics that you don't want him to have. But I mean, I've seen him getting out of situations that I thought were impossible to evade. I think there's more to him than someone could just spot at a glimpse, and he can be charismatic if he likes to, if he wants to be. Even in his, even when he's bitchy, there's certain charisma to it.
Right.
And I think he could also talk his way into the ear of a dragon easily.
Perhaps.
If there's
And your friend was Arliss, I believe, the blue one, is indeed one of the topics I wanted to bring up with you. Perhaps he can. He has shown no such ability to me, or in conversation with me, or in situations I have seen him. So far he has seemed volatile. He seeks... I don't know what he seeks. The problem is, he is likely to destroy himself and others in the process. If it lasts you long enough to solve the problems we have, so be it, I do not care. I do not see that happening, however. It is good to be cynical and hateful and consider one action that was incomplete truth, though aimed completely at your benefit, to be a terrible, terrible break of trust. I consider it selfish. What have you done so far for me that makes us friends?
I've done nothing.
What have I done for you that makes you, if not indebted to me, then at the very least willing to listen?
I get your point. I really do. And
good. That is why I'm talking to you and not to him.
Well, there's one thing that I would like to have your input on. Ceruleus came to me, contacted me in my dreams. And that was at the point where Nayati was still alive and just, or at least when Ceruleus told me that she was alive.
You would have to explain to me who Nayati is. Oh, I see.
She is basically the one that trained me to be what I am today.
I understand.
She was the one I was sent to grab Victor Mesa. And we were ambushed by, I don't know, demons or something. I saw some kind of shadow figure in the back commanding a large dog, and she was turned to stone. And they took her as a way to pressure me, force me to do their will. And Ceruleus was very specific on getting Arliss to nibble. Why? Why him? He also told, out of character, Arliss did tell Leos that he was injected with that weird stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he was injected with something by minions of Oko, or minions of Ceruleus. all that uncertainty, except for knowing that Oko and Ceruleus really want to have him.
So you are trying to explain to me the value of your friend by an interest of a cabal of murderous individuals.
No, I'm explaining to you why he might be just the way that he is, because he has a feeling that
He's paranoid and at the loss of what to do.
Shouldn't he be?
Yes, however, if he is so easily angered and led to inefficient actions by, frankly, such a minor event, wouldn't this Ceruleus and Oko easily make him dance around their finger? Emotions are powerful. Anger is powerful. When you're taught to wield fire, anger is the first thing you're taught. The second thing you're taught is how to control your anger. Fire burns. It burns everything. Don't want it to burn you. And he is burning out. Not today, not tomorrow. He'll make a mistake. He'll follow his emotions. He'll, at best, destroy himself. At worst, lead the whole group to death. I trust you in believing his good side and his potential. I'm simply explaining what I see.
Yeah, I get why you see that, but I'm telling you that that's not how I see him.
Then don't tell it to me, tell it to him. You're his friend. He might trust you if he doesn't trust me. Look, you've been so unprepared being dropped into everything you're dealing with that you are stumbling from one step to another, not seeing the full picture. The thing is, the station we're in is, while horrendous, is not as disastrous as you see it to be. Let's see what we have. I'm not going to touch upon your Oko and Ceruleus thing that, frankly, it seems that you and Havelok are handling it, so I have no intention to intervene. I'm talking about the dragons and the... Well, I believe the latest trend is to call him the One-Eyed God.
Yeah.
Let's talk dragons first. Vermeer. The mother of the green dragonflight. A creature of untold age, experience, wisdom, and power. And yet, many years ago, the dragons were stopped. Sure, they were stopped by giants and metallics and smaller races working together, but it was not a single dragon. What can she do alone? Because I cannot handle her. Perhaps me and you right now cannot handle her. Yet what can she do alone? What does she want? I do not believe that she wants destruction upon everything.
There was that one thing. I don't remember if we talked about it. That the daughter of the dragon. She spoke of a traitor. A traitor dragon. What was it? A platinum dragon or something? I don't remember.
Curious.
Does that mean anything to you? It sounded like that they're planning some kind of revenge. There's also a reason why. Also, there's some stuff that the elves wouldn't tell us. That they have some kind of contract that forbids them to talk about that. And
did the Daughter of Dragons say that that Shamaza wishes to take revenge upon a certain dragon?
I don't think she specifically said that. I think she wanted to tell us or make us believe that someone declared them to be big, bad, and evil, and that we're following lies. And that those lies from the traitor dragon makes us hunt the green dragons. But I mean, if we talk about green dragons, that could also be just a ruse to prevent us from killing the dragon.
Most likely, green ones are written down as master machinators. She might have been talking about Grokil himself. After all, he is the one who was responsible for the fall.
Could you write out that name? I haven't written that one.
The leader of the Metallics.
Have I that name?
You should have heard it. I can't write it down. I need to copy it from somewhere because it's a bit too complicated. Wait a moment. I'm gonna try it. Here you go.
Thank you.
It would make sense for her to swear revenge against the reason for their downfall. I'm not sure. Well, considering the relationship Grokil had with Varen Mer, she might call him a traitor, though even I find it hard to believe that Grokil would be a creature capable of such betrayal. Though what do I know? It has been a long time ago. Nonetheless, she wishes revenge.
That's what I assume. That's how much I gotten out of the whole situation.
Assuming she wishes revenge, say she breaks through and finds her target of revenge unavailable. What will she do?
She will definitely want to kill us because we killed her two children.
That, yes. What else? Is there danger to the world, to this kingdom even? She is a single dragon. I can guarantee you that, forget me, the city of Nebo with all the toys and all the machines that Havelock has gotten is capable of shooting down a dragon.
Well, she mentioned that we are the bad people and that we are on the wrong side. So I may assume that she might want to bring out the truth and find those who told it wrong. I don't know.
Fine.
Maybe she wants to kill the elves because they had a part in imprisoning the dragon mother.
Perhaps. Nonetheless, all I'm saying is, even if we all were to stand and look, there is a great chance that the damage she would cause would be not as great as we imagine it to be. Lives would be lost, places might be razed, to be reborn, to be rebuilt. It is not a world-ending threat. The only reason we're dealing with this is because, well, from what I understand, some of you have personal stake with this, and I imagine with you being the murderers of her children, it is personal. But it is not a world-ending threat. And even the one-eyed god, it is a cult, sure. They are looking for ways to make something become powerful. I have not still figured out a way they intend to do it, not the means, but judging from the threats, from what they're doing, from the murdering Nebo attempt, Nebo, from your story, from Kerzon, from the massacre in Ironforge. The portfolio of this one-eyed does seem to go in the direction of death, murder, betrayal, genocide, somewhere in that direction. Suppose they cause small deaths, thousands, tens of thousands. Suppose we fail or choose not to stop it. Suppose the creature sends. That's where it stops. Once it becomes a god, it is beyond our reach, beyond our problem. It will have no means to affect the world or our kingdom aside from the hands of its cultists. And, let's admit it, there are always many of them. So once again, even this is not a world-ending threat. It will hurt the kingdom, it will cause people to die, and that is why we are fighting. And frankly, I am fighting it simply because the creature believes itself powerful enough to become a god, and I am quite interested in stopping that. Just to test myself.
But what's the point of what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, you should stop stumbling and decide what matters and what doesn't. What you're willing to sacrifice and what not. For you will fail if you try to save everything. You have taken a very personal approach with this, which is common for you short-lived races. Nonetheless, we're going into the wild of lives, and I'm sorry, but I do believe that some lives are more valuable than others. What can be done, I will do. But sacrificing oneself for the sake of saving few, is it always worth it?
So let's, for example, say that, if I understand you correctly, we should really consider if keeping the deal that we made with the Spider Queen, because the farmers around the forest simply don't matter, or are less valuable than others.
Well, for starters, I have no idea what deal you're talking about. You have not shared that part with me.
Oh, well, basically
You tell her that.
Huh?
You tell her that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh, curious. Well, as far as I understand, she has. You have fulfilled your part of the deal. The dragon is gone. She can return. And from what I understand, the farms were untouched so long as they didn't enter the forest. Which, frankly, has been the case with the rainy forest for long before the spiders actually moved there. So, you are blowing this out of proportion. Nonetheless, if I was made to choose the lives of you 5, or the lives of a village, 2, 3, I would choose you every time. Those villages will be rebuilt in 20, 30 years. The people of your caliber do not come around often. The things you can stop, the things you can prevent. Look, let's talk in examples. I just mentioned an invasion of devils into Nebo. Have you noticed it? No one has noticed it. Because it took me just this little to deal with it. If I wasn't around, if I had sacrificed myself, the casualties would have been in the hundreds. And
What was that
Yes.
about, actually? The invasion.
A group of devils have decided to move into the space liberated by the cult of the One-Eyed God after they were wrapped up by the Azure Vigil. It was a relatively powerful devil, and it's called an Irene. Middle upper class. Pretty humanoid. It worked with a group of succubi and incubi and what's it called? Just a moment. I have forgotten how they're called. Cambions.
Mhm.
To kidnap and subvert devils, not demons, devils. And subvert the people of Nebo. Basically, increase the gain of souls. If left alone, their roots would have run deep. I have killed the Irene, I have destroyed most of the succubi. I'm certain a couple remain, but the Vigil should be able to deal with that.
So that was just something that happened due to the power vacuum, or
That is my belief. All I'm saying is, you could have dealt with that. It would have taken you a bit longer, but it was something you could have dealt with. With you unpresent, with me missing. The normal people would have had to deal with it. And they would have dealt with it. Through far greater sacrifice. We are important. We are an asset. We must protect ourselves.
well, I guess that's a lesson that is difficult to learn. If you look back 1 year and you've been dealing with so much different things in life compared to what we do now. I mean, if I look back a few months, I was just a spy for the king. And now I'm supposed to save the kingdom from dragons and undead creatures.
Just
didn't
a
see that
spy.
coming. And a musician.
You undersell your abilities. Look, I understand your worries, I understand your struggles. It is human to struggle. When you played that music for me, I saw the loss within you. Uncertainty if it will be forever. Uncertainty if it will ever be the same. It touched me, and that is why I decided to share a bit of my loneliness with you. She smiles a bit and unpicks her hair. The life of the strong is harsh. It swallows you. Could you believe if I said to you that merely 50 years ago I had quite a few men fighting for my hand. Two of them specifically.
Sure. There's a question about that is unrealistic. That would be unrealistic.
Well, nobody's fighting for it right now. Nobody dares to. What I mean is, I was different. I was younger, weaker, more accessible. My responsibilities, my duties, my abilities were far beyond what I know right now. When they have confessed to me, I left. I considered it a challenge, I considered them rivals. I wanted to be better than them. And both of them have reached amazing things for humans. Though I have won in the end. But it has left me in a certain vacuum. I have so many rivals, so many people willing to be like me, to steal my secrets, to peer at what I can do. My home is the only place safe enough for prying eyes. Remain friends with them, even now, as I watch them grow older and become old men. I'll outlive them, I'll outlive many.
Why did you shut yourself off?
I thought that's what I wanted. I still want knowledge. I still want more power. I still seek it. Which is why that night was quite a surprise to me. And you are getting into the waters where you'll outrun and outperform everyone around you. Being no more than idols, no more than people to be worshipped and followed and told stories about. And such people are necessary, but I am not certain that all of you are prepared for that.
I think you're missing something very essential about Alice that I just noticed.
Tell me.
You shut yourself off. Alice doesn't, is my belief. I think he's an empathetic person that just gets overwhelmed by the sorrow that surrounds us. When we just think about the explosion of the ship, that we had our doing in that by just appearing there. I believe in the end it was still Cerullius who pressed the button or released it and who placed the bomb there. But we have caused people pain. And we need other people to become stronger, to resist the pain. And when I think about Alice, I know that if ever anyone he really cares about would be threatened, he would do anything to save them. And I think that he's stronger than he might consider himself to be, because he has friends, because he has family, because he has us.
And I have just one question for you. Does he know about it?
Does he know about what? Sorry, I didn't get that.
Does he know about it?
Does he know about
it?
What
you just said. What he just had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Don't
so.
answer
I
me.
think what I wanted to say is that maybe you have come to realize that things are easier if you do have someone around you. That it's easier to be strong if you know that you have someone that you fight for. Even if they are people that you don't know. It gives strength to know that your deeds could save hundreds or thousands of lives. or if it's even just one, and having them also fight by your side is something that gives much more energy than anyone would ever anticipate. To be perfectly honest, I wouldn't be here if not for the loss of Niati. I would have been gone already. It was that loss of her that made me realize that I need people to have any kind of motivation to do anything great. And
I'm afraid they wouldn't be like me. You would be heroes. The sad thing is, people don't become heroes. Not for the world. Not until before they sacrifice themselves.
well, what the point that I was getting to is that maybe Arliss considered you to be someone that you could potentially rely on. And by doing what you did with that exercise, you proved him absolutely otherwise.
And then I repeat again, if that was enough for him to break the trust after all I've done for you, and I don't care about his trust. I don't care about someone like him understanding me, accepting me. We need to deal with the threat in front of us. Ready or not, I'll make you ready.
What I am getting at is that things would be easier if we all trusted each other.
Well, everyone has secrets. I don't think you have told me all of yours. For example, what was that about one of you being a goddess?
Well, to be perfectly fair, you haven't shared everything you know as well, I think.
I have not. I know many things. I've learned many things in 300 years. You ask questions, I answer. What I know. Frankly, to be completely fair, I have been rather disappointed with your questions. They are so shallow.
Well, we learn. Maybe slower than you wish us to do, but we do. As we learn, our questions will be becoming deeper, I assume.
Good.
And to be perfectly fair, a few hours back, I was contemplating the thought that I might die in lava. That may influence the quality of my questions.
We'll talk about this more. Are you staying for a while?
We'll be leaving tomorrow after we slept to
Good.
finalize what we have promised the Spider Queen.
There is a topic we wanted to discuss that concerns the dragons. We'll need to discuss it before you leave, and you will have to share what you plan to do with it. I'm not gonna delve into it right now, for it is big, but it will explain why I needed you to fight where you fought. You will need to know this, where you might be going.
All right.
In any case, as much as as much as you can see more than I do closer, just as much you cannot see things from the outside, from the standpoint of someone who has no great emotional investment in your well-being. Which is changing. Admittedly, partially due to you. But I do advise you to talk with your friends about what you have talked to me. It might change how you think. You might learn things you have not expected, for it is common for humans to assume. And one last thing. Well, last thing now. It was a special hour back in Kreosok, and I have enjoyed it greatly. But hearing you talk, learning more about you, I believe that you have not completely given up on getting her back. So I suggest you don't abandon things that I have. So while perhaps we will never share the closeness we have shared, I will be glad to hear you play if you wish to play for me again.
I think I have given up on her. Wasn't that the personal stuff that we should leave out in the pursuit of the greater things?
Perhaps if you're strong enough to give it up. But I don't think you are. And half measures are never good.
Well, there's still, I guess, a bit of doubt to me if she's really dead or not. But definitely given up on following her.
Is death enough to stop you?
I don't know.
It was a good conversation. It's been a while since I touched upon such topics.
Well,
There's a lot on your shoulders, considering what you know and what you mean for the group. Keep them together, they will need it. And in the morning, once we're done, we'll talk more.
sure.
Good night.
Good night. I go back to composing the music.
Right. That took a bit longer than I expected, but that was
Oh,
great.
yes. I'm super sorry, guys. I really thought that was just a 5-minute talk.
No worries.
It's all good.
Okay,
Yeah, things happen.
wait a moment, I drop some roleplay marks on you. So, unless somebody has thought of something they would like to do, I'd say that this is a point where you spend the rest of the evening on your things and take a long rest, at least somewhat recovering your strength.
Oh, yeah. Spell slots. Spell slots.
There's no true way of judging time within the mansion, although it does seem that the windows are created with an illusion of sun going up and down, and you hope that it corresponds to the sun outside. So you wake up awoken by the opening curtains and the artificial sunlight bringing you to waking state. You do whatever hygiene you needed in the morning. You munch on some dry rations or enjoy the food offered. And seemingly you are ready to do whatever you plan to do with your stomachs full and some pain of the day before gone. What
What
would you like to do?
While we eat, I will definitely mention that Lady Kazar has some information that she wants to share with us. And that she came by last night to talk to me.
Great. Can't
Do you-
wait.
Do you want to wait for that information? Yeah, talk. You dirty dog.
You decide.
Sorry, what?
You decide. I don't care to listen, but I think I'm alone on that one, so.
Can I ask you a question, Alice?
Hmm.
Why are you so mad at her? Is it just that we could have done something other, that we could have been more productive with the time?
Yes, because that will inevitably get people killed. More than likely.
Just okay. Leos just sits there and considers what you just said.
Anybody else? Come on, let me and Lucas rest our throats.
If no one says anything, Leos will definitely keep talking. Lady Kazar mentioned something that I want to hear your thoughts on. We're basically at a point, at a level where we're probably not be able to save everyone, and that we start to move on a level where we need to decide which fights we take. Basically go for the greater evil. You know what I mean? And she said that well, some lives are more worth more than others.
Bullshit.
Why is it bullshit?
It's a great way to make yourself feel better about yourself. It's not much else.
All right, so if we do have two people, one is a farmer, the other one is a healer who could save 5 people. Who would you save?
The one I have a better chance at saving.
I try to save as many as I can. There's a reason we're as strong as we are. If we don't use that to protect as many people as we can, what's the point of us being powerful?
I trust people who choose to do the right thing out of their own free will. Everyone else can go burn in one hell or another. I don't care.
to say one life doesn't mean as much as another, I can't agree with that. All life is precious.
You're essentially making yourself a god if you think you're in a position to decide who should be saved or not, who gets to live or not. You're putting yourself above everyone else, trying.
I'm not really questioning that. I'm rather questioning if we have to make decisions that at some point will always lead to someone dying because we have so much battles to fight. We have Oko, we have the dragons, and
We'll take it how it comes.
well, what
As
does
we
that
have been
mean?
doing so
Taking
far.
yeah, but what have we really gotten with that? Except for getting
know.
200 people killed. We've gone there and just taken things what we would get.
You've only been with us for one part of this journey.
Yeah.
We've saved people in Ironforge, hundreds, though many more died. I think the 2 dragons, killing them in the end, will have saved many lives by the time whatever plan goes through if it does. And I think that can be said for many things over and over again. Yes, we fuck up. I mean, what alternative way did she show you? Choosing our battles? I don't know if you've noticed so far, but that's... Well,
what
in
she
one
said.
way we've been doing it already, and in the other way we don't usually have much of a choice anyway.
Yeah, well, she did mention that we tend to stumble into the things without proper preparation.
Well, yeah, things come up, and you either have the option of waiting and preparing and letting people die, or trying to take care of it.
Yeah.
Sure, we could have prepared a couple of days in here as well for the dragon. Might have been a good idea. Thing is, there are many clocks running at the same time, right? And every day we spend in here, making us a little safer, making someone else a little unsafer.
Yeah. I see your point. I guess she just doesn't. Or at least she... I do also see a point. Why do you not care?
We don't
She's
need
one. We don't need her.
No, I don't think so. I think
Are you
we'll do
absolutely
fine on our
sure?
own.
What has she done already for you?
What she's done for us is that she's taken in Tregos and Melora's family. Yes.
And isn't that a huge fucking thing?
I'm very grateful for it, yes. She did the right thing, but now she seems to expect that doing the right thing will get you a trade-off, which I'm happy to provide since that is the rules this world works by. But it's not the rules I consider right. You do something that's right because it's the right thing to do, and you don't expect shit in return. I know it's not the way she thinks, and that's exactly why I don't care.
I don't agree with the method that she pushed us into that situation, but she saw a sense in that. And to be perfectly honest, I think she's far more knowledgeable than all of us combined. And she has seen more shit, and she made me aware of the fact that people that like us don't come along every day. They don't. We are at a level of
I don't doubt her
abilities
intellect. I doubt her heart.
Why do you doubt her heart? She's clear. From my perspective, she clearly has the intention of keeping this world safe.
I'm not so sure. I think it's about keeping what she has safe. And will be some useful piece of weaponry someday for her. And that's what it's gonna be.
Why do you think that?
Because someone who has all the riches in the world, more or less, that she could ever want, and all she wants is to keep them safe, when asked for small things, she always wants something in return. She's not someone who'll do something that doesn't benefit her.
Do you have an example on when you asked something of her, what you had to do in return?
Well, the first thing was the promise to undertake this mountain expedition here. And I'm sure it'll come again. She works with trade.
I think you're missing her point. I think this was not something that we were supposed to do for her. In her perspective, it was something that we were supposed to do for us, that we needed to do to have some.
You think it's that, or it's just very convenient to have 5 strong pieces of meat shields that'll take care of a problem that you won't need to put yourself at risk for? It's basically feeding the dog or feeding the bodyguard that will take the arrow for you.
I don't know what kind of person you see when you look at her, but what I see when I look at her is the fucking mightiest creature that I have seen in humanoid form. And she could have easily taken out the dragon if that were a real dragon, and she could have closed the portal by herself. She did that because she was of the opinion that we need to become stronger because we have a part to play in saving this kingdom.
In a sense, I do understand why she did it the way she did it. If she would have told us we were going to train against a dragon, we would have been too prepared. I don't agree with her thoughts on not everybody is worth saving. I can't agree with that. She'd be a powerful ally, but that mentality, it feels foreign.
There's a different part there too. This would have been an excellent thing had we not been under a different time pressure. By now, Zardos the sister is who the fuck knows where. It was our best lead in getting closer to Ceruleus and Oko, and we wasted, 3 to 4 days on this. Other than that, this would have been fine. That's just gonna end up blowing up in our face. Also, I don't think there's much point to talk about it anymore. If you guys want to listen, let's listen what she has to say and get out there and do what we are supposed to and return to Kreuzum.
I think we should listen to her. What about you? I look at the rest of the group. You've been awfully quiet.
Yeah, Shrek doesn't feel to be quite there, not always.
No, I'm there. I'm like crossing my hands and how do you say it?
Frowning?
Pondering. Yeah, like
Lost in
Kinda-
thought.
well, yeah, thinking about all this. I don't have much to add. I do think we should listen to what she has to say, though.
Zardos?
Well, the idea of picking your battles and saving who you can, it's always interesting, though it's different for me to be on this part of the equation. When faced with similar choices given by my father, was always you best choose to kill the larger number of people or be punished. You know.
Do you feel good being on the other side?
I definitely didn't like that side. I think it's better on this side, but I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't happy about her idea, but I suppose it has its point, has its merits.
Your microphone is picking up whatever you're playing with.
Yeah, and her method had its good points, but yeah, timing could have been better, I suppose.
But are you all fine listening to what she has to say now? Or do you want to leave?
I do what the group thinks is best, and that's 3 people. So, yeah.
I think she is very pragmatic. And though we all, I think, here doubt her methods, we do not doubt her intentions, which is basically somewhat aligned with our goals.
I think you have it the wrong
And-
way around for me.
Well, if we would like to achieve whatever we want to achieve in an easier manner, then we need to sometimes, work with people that we don't totally agree with.
We can discuss that another time, but I don't think you're right.
Why should we discuss that another time? Isn't now perfect? Because I think this is the point where we should decide if we want to keep siding with her or if we just do it on our own. And we should hear all arguments.
We owe
about it.
her. Still, it's not gonna be a decision of what we want. It's gonna be a decision of what we owe. But I don't agree with the enemy of my enemy, my friend. Just because it makes life easier doesn't mean it's right. I'd rather not work with some questionable people with questionable intentions only because they make our lives easier.
Yeah, I've always been of the thought that the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
Wait, what? That
Alliances are
doesn't
as
make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense.
It
The
can
enemy of
also be your enemy. It doesn't make
yeah.
him a friend, is all.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that he's your enemy. Wait, what?
Well,
I think he means once your common enemy is dealt with, you'll go back to being enemies. You won't be friends afterwards.
But who said you were
Basically.
enemies from the beginning?
because Zardos comes from a family which was an enemy to everybody.
Basically, just the mindset my father worked with.
Cool.
People are friends until their usefulness is past. So,
Well,
or acquaintances until their usefulness is past. Friends was the thing.
my argument for the whole thing is with siding with her is that she hasn't given me any reason to doubt that she wants this kingdom to be safe. I definitely know that she weighs the value of specific lives differently, which is, we discussed that. I think we are at a point where we should not, just because she didn't make us kill anyone and do evil things. And we don't know if our absence from the rest of the world for that time has changed anything. But I think we're at a point where we need allies. And I think, from my perspective, she is someone that ultimately has good intentions, just not the best methods for that. Because her goals are keep this world safe, make sure that it doesn't burn or gets washed over by necrotic waves of one-eyed gods.
We'll agree to disagree. That's fine.
No, that's not fine. This is the... We should all have the same position on this, because it will matter in the future. It will matter if we trust her, if we align with her, or if we don't.
The only thing that matters is what the majority of the group thinks. To me.
I like to hear her out. Everybody deserves a chance to state what they need to state. And aside from this, maybe it's gone over my head, I've never seen her hold anything over us saying, I did this for you, you owe me.
She hasn't.
Not in any conversation I heard, no.
She
Only in
hasn't.
one my player heard.
I think we at least should listen to her. What's the harm in listening?
We are already here.
I think we, the 3 or 4 of you already agreed on that, so yeah, we're doing that.
Why do you keep saying 3 or 4?
Because you 4 agree on that.
Arliss, we're all a group.
Yes, that's the point I'm making, that's why I'm listening.
You didn't include Zardos?
No, I said you 4.
Oh, well, you said 3 or 4. I'm thinking, wait, we have more than 4 people in a group.
I don't see Zardos as part of us.
I can't count, and yet I do a job in accounting. That's
I
scary.
No, I think he said 3 because I don't think Drake has said, okay, yes, we must listen to her. I think that's what you meant, right?
The opinions were varyingly direct about speaking to her or
No.
not.
Okay, so any more discussion to be had, or
No.
okay, so you try to find Lady Khazar. And I guess you do so by maybe accosting one of the servants who disappears into the depths of the mansion and returns. Can't really say to you anything, they don't talk. But it does appear to be satisfied with the job complete. So assuming that that she will soon come. You wait for a while, and she does come. And that's where we're gonna take our break.
Okay, be right back.
Mm,
All right, see you in a bit.
How are your kittens?
Excellent. It's actually getting along very well by now.
Oh, awesome.
They're
That's
getting more and more cuddly, and they like.
Oh yeah.
You know, the gray
No,
one.
it was the gray one, but she was just shy.
She's
wasn't
just
she?
shy. No, she's just shy. She's pretty cuddly now.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, that's yeah. That's
Can you
nice.
confirm that, Zelem?
Yes.
Can you confirm that?
Yes, or he liked me, but cats do like me usually. Then he will take the attention and the cuddles because yes, of course.
Yeah, he's supposed to. I would be concerned if he wouldn't like you the most.
It used to be pretty shitty for my mom when we had 2 cats because she would do everything for them, right? Like feed them, clean the litter,
Yeah.
all of the things, and then the cats would just follow me around from room to room, basically, whenever I was at home.
Oh no, yeah. That's
It's a little sad when you do everything. Well, my mom did also give them the cuddles. It's not like that, but
well,
I don't know.
I've heard that cats focus on one person
Mhm.
that they see like their go-to person or parent or whatever, and that might be a reason that they just for some reason just picked you.
Yeah.
We have also the same situation with our cats that I think because I was here in the first 2 weeks when we got them more than my girlfriend, that they just maybe just stuck to me a bit more. For example, my black cat tends to sleep more on my side or on me and comes to me when I come home first and ignores my girlfriend a bit. Only when I'm not there, then she's like, okay, there's no other place to sit than
Close
that
to
person.
you, but
Yeah.
I'll take your cuddles as well, but let it be known, I like the other cuddles
Yeah,
better.
let it be known that I just tolerate it.
Exactly. It's so mean
Yes.
sometimes.
Yeah, it's I think it's gotten better than in the beginning, because in the beginning it was really like she didn't do it at all, just coming to me, or no, in the beginning they weren't picky. It somehow developed over time. I think I think I may not remember it correctly, but right now it's a bit easier for me to keep them on my lap.
Look at this excellent tweet. How do I make a link? Yes. It has already happened to my cats on like the windowsill. And they're fucking tiny.
Yeah, I feel
You know that feeling?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Oh. I think this is not really the case. I mean,
think
last week was because of an illness of the one person who can't be missed. And this time it's just a coincidence of two of them having some. You know, this will happen to us again in 2 weeks as well, right? You said you read that? That the two players will be missing in 2 weeks? No. The week after Jason and Jesse are missing. The 27th, right?
Yep. hmm
Yes.
That's Tal, I think.
Yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be perfectly fair, Nate is from Indonesia and he's studying in Australia, and his mother is coming to visit, which I perfectly accept as
That's a very good reason.
very good reason to not play.
Yeah.
Oh, no worries. No. I would make sure that it's not. Oh yeah, I want to hang out with friends.
You're locked in there
Yes,
with him.
yes. Okay. And we're back. Let me turn my camera. So, having had your discussion at the table about the direction of the group and morals of both you and Lady Kazar, you did decide to listen out whatever else she wanted to tell you, and asked one of the invisible servants to pick her up. You see her come into the hall where you're waiting. Take a look, all of you. Well, I believe you wanted to see me.
You did mention some information regarding the dragons.
Yes. You ready to listen?
Sure.
Good. There are two pieces of news. One concerning the one-eyed god. I've been trying my best to pinpoint the origin of all the events happening around it, and from where the waves of oblivion have come. So far, I have figured out that they're coming from the Shadowfell. Although the exact location keeps eluding me, and considering the location, traveling there myself and pinpointing the location is not a risk I can yet undertake. I'll keep working on that and see where it brings us, although I believe it is a bit too far from our abilities to face that problem hands-on.
Can I interject something? The tomb of Said Nevek also led to the Shadowfell. And from what we know, Oko, who is, from what we know, connected to the one-eyed god, visited the tomb of Said Nevek as well. So it might be the piece of information that could connect those threads together.
Do you know how to locate that place in the Shadowfell?
Sort of. There is a big landmark. The winged death or a skeleton lies there.
Still, it would require us to travel to the Shadowfell directly.
I think so. I'm not entirely sure, because we went through more than one portal, but the first one did lead to the Shadowfell and across the winged death, or what, if it's its corpse or if it's sleeping, I don't know.
Oh, that's the bone bridge that you talked
Yes.
about, right?
Yes, that's the Dragon Bone Bridge.
Well, perhaps if we find a better way than traveling through the tomb might be the solution.
Well, I think it depends on the magic of the tomb, but I think we actually have a way to bypass most of it.
Surprise
We
me.
have back in the final room, I collected a piece of stone from the statue that fell apart for the protector that was underneath. So I have a piece from the exact location at the end, right before the portal.
I could use that to teleport us in.
Unless
I
the
don't
tomb
need-
is protected from teleportation, which is most likely.
Other teleportation worked fine in there. Small scale. I don't know about if it makes a difference if it's big or small, but small scale teleportation worked fine.
If the defenses of the tomb are similar to the ones of my house, then they would block teleportation into or out of the warded area, as well as planar travel, but not teleportation within the area. It could be
And
different.
that's likely the case.
Said Nevek was a creature from the times when magic was far more complicated. But frankly, even if we had to travel through the tomb, I'm certain it would be much easier than before. In any case, moving on. The thing concerning the dragons. There are few writings that depict the ways the Dragonfall happened. The way that Grugler Gran and his Metallics managed to defeat the others so quickly. Most of it I gathered from my kind, from those who lived during those times, who promised not to talk. At a great price. There was an artifact created by Grugel Rogran and a powerful unnamed mage. Possibly on the side of the giants, possibly on the side of the smaller races, but someone who offered their help. This artifact was supposed to bring the dragons together and weaken them enough. The them other powers were engaged, which ones I do not know. Can only presume that it was the strength of Grugel himself to smite down the dragons and disperse their powers. That artifact, however, still exists, albeit in a disassembled form. We could, in theory, obtain it to weaken Veren Mare the way she was weakened during the Dragonfall. She starts casting a spell and I guess in modern world, a hologram starts appearing in the air. The artifact was disassembled after the fall by Grugel Rogran. A preventative measure to make sure it never falls again into the hands of someone who wishes to fight the dragon. And a necessary measure that would seem at the time was the dragon's gun, but obviously he was far more thoughtful than we assumed. There are 5 parts to the artifact. There starts images appearing in the illusion. They spread in the elemental planes, according to the dragons that were defeated and sealed. Each is a word in Draconic. Each is a concept. One in the elemental plane of fire, there is an image of fire. One on the border between the elemental planes of water and air, in the ice border. Just a moment. Damn it. Yeah. Sorry. Just don't want to give you incorrect information, so I'm gonna go and check my notes once again.
No worries.
Where is it? I think that's on called Stoic. It's getting pretty complicated. Okay, here it is. Yes. So yes, one in the elemental planes of fire, one between the plane of water and the plane of air in the Frostfell, the plane of ice. One between the plane of water and the plane of earth in the Swamp of Oblivion. And one between the plane of fire and the plane of earth in the Endless Desert. Each corresponds to 4 of the 5 types of chromatics that we fought. The fire dragons, the ice dragons, the black dragons that did tend to live in the swamps, and the lightning dragons, the blue ones that lived in the deserts. As you know, the poison dragons, the green one, Veren Mare, was sealed in the Feywild, which is a separate plane altogether. Each ward, as far as I understand, is in possession of the primordial elemental at the heart of the plane. This information should be correct, as I have personally traveled to the elemental plane of fire and encountered the Dawn Titan Megara that protected one of the wards. It is currently in my possession and ready to be used. 3 wards remain, and we could choose to get them. The travel will be complicated as you can guess from the description, the plane of air is little more than an endless sky with some floating islands scattered around. The plane of water and endless ocean with also some island, but quite rare ones. The plane of earth at the very least is just that, earth. And obviously the swamps, the deserts, and the plane of ice, the Frostfell, is a bit less, a bit more easy to traverse, but harder accessible in any case. Considering that I do not possess the keys for any of those planes, finding a portal or a key would be a problem in and of itself, and then finding the primordial elemental and charging it enough to obtain the ward is a task on the level of fighting the dragon you have fought, as well as traversing the planes themselves will be as hard as the cauldron of this volcano, albeit on a far grander scale. We could spread the task. I'll locate one more ward, leaving 2 for you to find. Which ones for you to choose, with exception for the Frostfell. I will not travel to the Frostfell. However, that, as used as it is also potentially a pointless task. For there is, and while she was talking, there were illusions of endless desert, endless tundra, well, not even tundra, more like Arctic desert, and basically the general depiction of how the inner planes are located. Does everyone know how it works in the D&D world, the more accepted ones, how it all connects to each other?
I just know like the painting where you have the material plane in the middle and the elemental planes on the outside, and then the celestial planes on the most outskirts.
So, talking about inner planes, which we're talking about here, the material plane is indeed somewhere in the center. Then there are 2 reflections: the Feywild, the crazy, bizarre, elven reflection, which usually copies the general layout of material plane, but with a twist. The dark reflection, Shadowfell, which is a negative plane of a kind some people think that's where the souls go to after death or pass through. I believe somewhere was mentioned that that's where Raven Queen is located herself, her domain. It also sort of copies the material plane, but like a desolate, dark place. You have been there, sorta. Then outside of that are the 4 prime elemental planes: water, fire, air, and earth. And between them, on the borders, are some of the ones she has described: swamps between water and earth, ice between water and air, plane of ash between air and fire, and apparently like magma/desert place between fire and earth. Yes, that, thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, awesome.
So she was giving you basically pretty much that image, so you're welcome to use it! Minus all of the names of the places, you don't know them. The problem is in the 5th ward, that gathers and binds them all together and activates the artifact. From what I know, it is with Grant himself, wherever he has secluded himself to, in the dimension of the dragons. So far, I know of no way to reach that place, and without a key or an individual from that place, it is indeed, well, there's an infinite amount of planes, and trying each one of them will be impossible, or close to impossible.
Could it be that if we gather the parts, that they would somehow allow us to get there, to get the last piece?
It could be. I have one word. It is just that a word in Draconic, and frankly, it was not an easy language to learn, but it is a word I can pronounce. Assuming that I learned the remaining 3, I could pronounce them all together. Though how they fit, how they work, if they activate just like that, or if the 5th word is needed to turn them into an actual object, it's all just guesswork.
What does the word say? Is there a translation of it?
It is an expression in Draconic that denotes the nature of the flame itself. I suppose the closest translation into common would be the heart of the flame, albeit the language of the dragon is a bit more complicated than just words. It doesn't have to be me, and I will have to teach you some things for you to get those words if you choose to do so, but it will require someone who knows Draconic very well to use them. So either me, somebody else, or one of the dragons themselves, if we manage to find the Krugelar. What worries me is there is no guarantee that Krugelar has created his dimension in the way I have created mine. But there is no reason for him to create it on a fundamental different level. As such, while there is a door, it should be a door closed in only one direction, with no one being able to cross it from our side. I see no purpose or reason for him to make it uncrossable from their side.
What if...
I am uncertain why we have seen no signs, no intervention, no help from the Metallics, for I refuse to believe that Grugler would not have foreseen the return of Varanmer. Or if such help has been sent while we see no signs of it.
Probably because the dragon isn't here, I assume.
Perhaps. Perhaps if any means were prepared by them to warn them of the coming of the dragon, it hasn't happened before she's here.
Out of character, I have heard like ideas that the dragons created mankind, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Crazy idea. What if the dragons think that that is an issue that we have to solve ourselves?
And if not crazy.
If you believe in fate, that might also say that there are specific people meant to do that.
I would believe that if the trouble concerned our creations, I would believe that they would not interfere with this wannabe god. However, it was their choice to place Varanmer where she was placed. If she were to break free, through the seal being not strong enough, things might have changed. Perhaps the time flows differently there, just like in Feywild. Perhaps they're all just gone. Perhaps Millennia has passed and the dragons have died out. Perhaps the door walks in a different way, perhaps too many perhaps. But that is not the regular Gran I've heard of in the stories. In any case, it is a complicated task, which could either give a tool capable of defeating Queridmer altogether, or be a waste of time. I have confirmed that at least the 4 worlds are real and reachable, but just taking this mission is not something we should easily do. And obviously, this, while preferably completed before Queridmer breakthrough, could wait in case we manage to secure her in the Feywild and prevent her passage altogether. Though I suppose finding the wars and returning the artifact and traveling to the Feywild to remove her altogether is a possible plan. Well, that basically is all I wanted to inform you of. I believe that now more than ever you would be prepared to travel through the plains, and while the primordial titans themselves are beyond their scope, at the very least their guardians are tackleable. So consider your desires, consider the need for this. I'll act on my own, you are free to act on your own. But please do inform me of your plans whenever you make them.
I look at the group. Do we want to discuss that here, or do you want to go back to Kreuzung?
I think let's take care of outside.
Thanks for the information, though.
Yeah, I'll make sure to inform you. Do I still have that piece of her notebook?
I believe you have spent 2 words out of 100.
Oh, there's a limitation of
Yes.
of words. Okay, good to know.
There's a total limitation. You can spend 98 words in a sitting. You can write her 98 one-word messages.
Okay.
It's like...
Yeah, I guess then we want to go outside, guys, and kill the rest of them, of the lizard people.
Do you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm afraid since you haven't told me last evening that you would be doing this, I have already done that. Most of it. I'm sure if you are looking for merely challenge, there should remain quite a few fire elementals down here, under the caldera, around the former location of the portal, but the crater itself is cleared out.
I suppose all that's left now is we just go and tell the Spider Queen.
Yup.
Thank you for the help.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess that's
Good job, guys. We did it.
all right. Okay, how do we get there? easiest way. I have one stone that is from the mountain itself, from the outside, but that I don't think that gets us to the bottom of the hill specifically. Or I could just attempt to teleport us there, but we would have to wait another day for me to get us back.
I mean,
Out of character, I don't know how to explain it in character. I didn't take transport via plants because I forgot to switch it out this morning because I
No
switched
worries.
it for heal.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, in that case, I can teleport us as close as possible, and we just...
do we need to tell her that it's been done?
I would think she, as far as I could tell, she was able to read our minds. Or read our thoughts anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't know if she can do that at long distance.
Probably not.
Yes, I can do it. I have been following you all together. I am always with you.
It's canon now. Okay.
Yeah, she could have been watching us anyway. So.
Yeah, she's now the crazy voice in our head that we can just talk to when we get bored.
Excellent.
No.
Unless, God forbid,
Try the
Ralph
strawberry
needs her.
one. It's tastier. Strawberries. Well, perhaps you should observe yourself, but she might have already noticed the change herself. After all, I was not discreet with my methods.
Yeah, I think she's gonna put 2 and 2 together by herself anyway.
Well, in that case, should we just go back to Kreuzung directly?
Yes.
Right.
Yep, seems that way.
I suppose.
would like to quickly go outside and grab a stone from inside the cauldron, like from the hall where we fought the dragon.
Yeah, as you go outside, you find no mountain.
Yeah, I knew it.
No, that's a joke. That's a joke.
She destroyed the whole thing.
Yeah, well, that's an easy way.
That's what happens when she's bored.
As you do walk outside of the mansion, the underground lava lake is still there, although the temperature has dropped. Not by much, but it has dropped at least
Enough to
slightly
notice.
noticeable, yeah.
Okay.
And you do wonder, like, what's now upside, and if you should go and actually check it out, or just trust her. Actually, no, you don't wonder. That's just me metagaming. You do what you want to do.
No, it was literally something that I was considering to dimension door up and just check what she did, if she did anything.
Yeah, 500 feet gets you exactly there, yeah.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
Wait, you are in the island, and it's... Yeah, you're literally under the Lava Lake Island, yeah. So you can
Okay.
just go upwards.
I will teleport up.
Okay. Okay. You teleport to find yourself surrounded by fog, by heavy fog. The ground under your feet is hardened, far harder than it was the day before, and as you dig with your boot, you feel a layer of ice underneath the ash. Do you want to take a short walk?
Just take a look around the castle and the rest, if I can actually see remains of like battle and creatures.
If you walk to the edge of what was this island in the middle of the lava lake, you find that whereas there was a lava lake, there is now a shallow water lake. The lava itself seemingly has been cooled or hardened in one way or another, and there is now about like a half a meter just layer of water above it. which is pretty warm, and it appears that it is this water that is the source of fog, and this is not really fog, it's more like a cloud forming, and maybe it will evaporate in a while, but for now it is a lake. If you want to actually like see the whole crater and see like if the village survived, if there's like kind of battle, you will have to like fly up a little bit or take a short train.
No, that's definitely enough change for me to leave it at that and teleport down again.
No. But you have a
Grab us. Okay, wonderful. And then I will just go inside again to the rest of my group, and yeah.
Okay. So, what are you guys doing? Also, actually, let me check this spell how it works.
There is a ring of teleportation in the castle, right?
In theory, yes. You do not know the sigil for it because you haven't asked the last time you were there. The only sigil you know is Lady Kadar's palace.
Yeah, well, in that case, I know. Sorry, I should know this the castle well enough for.
For a decent enough roll, yes. Do you attempt just teleport out of the mansion?
I will probably go outside. I don't know if that will work. As a character and as a player, I don't know, so I will go outside to make sure.
You can go outside, you can ask someone who knows how to teleport, or you can try.
Well, if Lady Kazar is still in there, I would definitely not be too shy to ask.
Yes, she's literally waiting for you to leave so that she can go home.
Okay. We have to go outside for teleportation to work, right?
You can teleport only within your own plane of existence.
Okay, good. I will go outside then. Thank you for everything. I'll let you know when I take out the piece of paper that she gave me. I will let you know when we take plans.
Well, so be it. As all of you walk outside of the mansion, she collapses it and picks up the little carved door frame that was. And as she does it, you also see that seemingly having been like popped out or thrown out as she removed the mansion, both the potion and the wand were thrown out of it because they cannot remain within the mansion.
I pick them up.
Okay.
She mentioned that we should keep them, right? If I remember correctly, she did.
She basically said, like, think about it. Maybe when you're not as angry, you'll change your mind. Like, it's a gift. Do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, I'll just pick them up and just look at her and just put them obviously into my clothing. If she doesn't like disagree, I'll leave it at that.
No, like actually, like at this point, she's already casting her own spell of teleportation, and you see just like as lines of fire start appearing around her, and the sigils, the teleportation circle, is literally like drawn by runes of fire on the ground, and then a fire vortex forms around her, like hides her from sight, and there's like a explosion, and she is gone, and the circle is gone, and you're left hot and bothered.
Before we there's a fucking wasp in my room. Before we teleport, I will ask everyone if they're ready to go back.
Sure, let's go.
And I just checked up there. She did clean up. And then I will teleport us.
Okay, well, you are very familiar with the castle, So would you kindly roll for me?
That's the 100, right?
Yes.
Below a 24.
So that's a
Yeah.
19. Okay.
Is that still enough?
Nope.
Nope.
No, that's off target now, right?
Distance away. Yes. Distance of target is
Yeah.
okay.
2d10 now, I think.
Yeah. Roll me to d10, please.
For what is that damage or is that just for
Just
direction?
roll me to d10.
12.
8 times
8.
4, 32.
32.
32% of 375
122 kilometers. Oh, miles. Apologies.
Let's
Wait.
go to the gold
Oh,
kingdom!
wait. Didn't I take something from Neati's room there? Fuck. I didn't write it down. No, I didn't write it down. Shit, I don't have it. I thought I stole something from Neati's room just to avoid this shitty situation.
I remember you saying something about it. I don't know what it was. Like a brush or something.
Yeah.
Okay. 122 miles, right? Can you see my arrow? No?
Yeah.
The blue one?
No.
No, his is the orange
Orange.
one.
Now?
No.
Okay.
Make
So
sure that
before.
we must be able to see it.
I don't know, he doesn't want us to see where it's
Oh, okay.
Alright, so as Lilius finishes casting his spell and they're already blurry from heat,
Please be the middle of the lake.
Space of the under mountain is blurred even further. You find yourself transported somewhere, but not to the castle. A quick look around places you on the shore of a lake with a very familiar white tower in the distance.
Oh.
Well,
With a
since we're here,
Second dragon?
With a very familiar what?
White tower
Tower.
in the distance.
Well,
What happened to the castle? Oh my god, she cleaned the castle too.
well, I think this will actually... That's not too bad.
you want to go and say hello?
Yeah,
Actually, this
maybe
is
Rubius
pretty good.
can... Maybe Rubius is at home and can open a portal to the...
Like, here's the Dungeon Master's plan, and here are players teleporting somewhere.
We could maybe fix your blue shirt problem.
Also, it's the 17th of December, somewhere in the morning.
How far away does it look? The
A
tower, how far?
couple miles. Like, actually, not even a couple of miles. It's like less than a mile, so like a kilometer away.
So we're on the same shore.
Yes. You are
Awesome.
very lucky.
We could have been in the Gold Kingdom, guys.
Yes.
Well, never saw that tower. Now I can check that off my bucket list.
Could have been back in the Blind Forest.
Yeah, I could have been back in this blind forest. Could have been in Necroland, like, and just in random places.
I still prefer, like, in the middle of the Sword Mountains. That would have been dope.
You would have no. You would have been in the forest beyond it.
Oh. Yeah, unfortunate.
You could have been in the middle of Ironfound Mountain, but
Whatever.
yeah,
Um,
you aren't. Yeah, like middle of the Gold Kingdom, like you get arrested, you have your rights. It allows you one standing stone call, and you're like, "Hey, Albert! Like, sorry, we kind of started the war. Can you come pick us up?" Yay! Any case, yeah, go ahead. What do you want to do?
Let's go
head
to the
for
tower.
Yeah, let's head for the tower.
Okay. So, it is not a long trip. Just like 20-minute hike. And you find yourself walking through the small town settlement that surrounds the tower, with people being quite curious about your arrival. Maybe you don't have that many guests, and people of your kind of equipment do certainly attract attention.
You mean my torn elven clothing?
Yeah, like the half-naked artists, the heavily armored Traeger, the like generally in general is Zardas, unless he is currently being disguised, but he didn't say so. So
Generally do, just public and unfamiliar places anyway.
well, yeah, I guess you do have time to do that before coming here. In that case, no. But like they don't really like point fingers or approach you in any way. And you find yourself approaching the building wall of the university itself. College? How is it called? So, is there the tower? Oh well. So, are you trying to get into the tower itself?
Yeah, I'm walking up towards the gate.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I remember, you could just... No. Is there someone located at the gate? Someone who's keeping watch?
Well, there's definitely nobody located outside of the gate. There's just the gate itself, locked and loaded. But from what we remember last time, it doesn't appear like this gate is being openable by mundane means anyways.
Yeah, I just don't remember. Last time I think we were expected, so it auto-opened for us or someone automatically came. Or did we
Well,
have-
you can always knock.
Well, since I don't remember, I will do just that and sort of also raise my voice to say, hello, anyone close by?
You wait for a bit, and the gate itself does not open, but the small, well, human-sized, smaller gate inside of it does indeed open.
Excellent. Let's keep going.
Wait, well, it opens and somebody comes out.
Oh.
Yeah. This person does not look to be a wizard, more like just a normal person who works for them.
Is it a woman again?
No, it's not her. It's just
Okay.
most likely someone whose turn it was to guard the gate, and it's quite possible that he was napping while doing so, judging by the like cowlick hair. Who are you and what business do you have at the tower?
Good morning. We are the Heron's Talent. We are friends of Rubios. And we ran into a little accident, which is why we were here, and we would like to speak to him if possible.
Heron's Talents, you say?
Yes.
Do you have some other names?
You mean... Okay. Arls, Melora, Trego, Leos, Zardos. Or do you need something else?
Yeah, that will work. Just wait for a bit. I'll check in that we can let
Sure.
you go. Yeah, like, close the door behind him, looking at you, because like You people are strange. Really strange people.
And we probably look pretty fucked up at the moment.
Your clothes, like you yourselves, not anymore, I guess, but your clothes and your hair, certainly.
Yeah.
You wait for like another minute as the door opens and slightly more brushed. You're like, Aaron Stellans, you are invited to the Wizardry Tower of Torres Ibernia. Please to come in. Your counselor
Thank
is
you very
awaiting you.
much.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'm gonna head straight for the middle tower
He was like,
in the middle
so
of
if
the
you,
octagon.
Yep.
We know where we're going. Thank you very much.
You're just like, yeah. Okay, so heading towards the octagon, you see more servant type of people handling, like there are maids carrying baskets of laundry. There are a couple gardeners attending to the garden in the middle. There are other people going to and fro. No wizards in sight, and as you remember, wizards don't wake up at 9 in the morning. That's just not what they do. So, yeah, I didn't really expect to see them to begin with. And the tower itself is free to be reached, which you do. And walking inside, you see that desk on the first floor where the secretary, I suppose, of the counselor was sitting. She greets you, and apparently she has been informed of your arrival, so she just waves you towards the levitator that Rubius has used previously. Seemingly not interested anymore in testing you with the infinite staircase.
It's also not much of a test if you know the solution. So.
I guess. I mean, if there's
Maybe
not a
more
new test.
Yeah.
And so for those who haven't been here, which I believe is like 2/5 of you, she leads you to a spot in the wall, kind of like waves her hand, and the wall comes down, revealing a small room inside, kind of like bell-shaped, with some, not just runes, but like, what's it called in English? You know, like those small glazed ceramic tiles? Tiles, yes! That's not the word I'm looking for. Basically, like tiled floor that has runes not drawn, but like kind of like as part of the tiles. And she tells you to go inside. Ardis, Miller, and Treg seeming just inside, not really bothered by this. There's no staircase, there's no other entrances or exits. And as all of you are inside, the door goes up the wall, and you find yourself just in a closed space. And before you say, okay, what the fuck is supposed to happen, you feel a pleasant feeling in your stomach, like you're falling. And that's it. And just that happens. And after a while, that feeling subsides, and the wall goes down once again, and in front of you you see large study-like room with many bookcases, a large working table, a smaller supposedly coffee table that's also filled with books, and a large sofa next to it that is also filled with books, and a couple more piles of books everywhere that aren't supposed to be. There's definitely enough space on the shelves for all of those books, but they're not on the shelves. Aside from that, you see two large glazed windows and one more arch that has a statue of very well carved, crafted dragon, basically pretty much a copy of the dragon you brought from the forest, kind of like framing the arc For those of you who have been here previously, seemingly Rubius have taken time to actually properly complete his work. And pretty much immediately Rubius himself, possibly woken, judging by the not quite fastened robe, but he does welcome you. Not quite with open arms, but at least welcoming.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you. We had a bit of a teleportation mishap while trying to get to Kreuzung from Mount
morning to you.
Pyrotheos. On the upside, whatever was in there is gone now, which is nice, but unfortunately it wasn't actually any dragon.
A surprise. It's a welcome surprise.
Sort of. Khazar had made what she thought to be the copy of a dragon for us to fight up there.
Was it any
Yeah.
good?
Yeah, good enough.
Wonderful.
And since our mishap carried us so close to the tower, we were wondering if maybe you could allow us to, or get us to Kreuzung via a circle.
I could indeed. Though will you leave me so soon? Without sharing the glorious story of your encounter?
I'd be happy to tell it.
It's not a very glorious story this time, but yeah, sure.
Who tells the story?
Do you want to do that, Alice? Well, in that case, I tell it.
Rubius listens to it with great attention and like oohs and ahs when you describe how you almost died but didn't. Yeah, I'm not sure you want wizards to fix him. Because, like, sometimes a wizard in a human sense can be red, or pink, or purple. Or many other colors. In any case, yeah.
I think he's. Oh,
Yeah, Rubius listens very attentively to your story and is definitely engaged and just gives out occasionally like, marvelous, beautiful. Especially whenever you describe one of you doing a really nice spell, which frankly there weren't many, but he does seem to. He definitely approved of your last big hand to the face maneuver. His comment is, after all these years, she does not stop surprising me. I knew her capable of creating those copies. I can create one myself. But turning it into a dragon, that is just a thing of beauty. It's way beyond me.
So you're saying that she's actually stronger, more capable than you?
Oh, far beyond me.
Oh, I'm surprised.
I
thought you to be very competent and powerful.
Yes.
I am, compared to people with smaller, how do I call it, life expectancy. And in my youth I have, indeed, attempted to rival her, and for a while I even kept up. But her age made me frail and forgetful. It has only improved her abilities.
Was there another wizard as strong as you in your youth?
There are many. The deans of Tursi Bornir change and replace each other. Both Ender and
No, I mean, someone you thought as someone of equal talent.
well, after I entered the tower, yes. Outside of the tower, you won't face many wizards.
Okay.
Like, frankly, the fact that the people of your caliber are outside of the tower would be highly irregular. Though, considering most of you are not wizards by trade, I'm not sure what we could teach you. And speaking of which one of you was finally capable of teleporting? That is mighty impressive.
That would be our friend here. And she points to Leos.
Thank you. I have a feeling that you are better trained in this than me. This was the
Considering
second time that I used that spell, I think. Considering that I wanted to stop land in Kreuzung, and
at the very least, it did not end in the middle of the ocean.
yes, that
Yeah.
would have sucked.
Certainly should learn the sigil for the castle. I'm certain
Oh,
Albert
yeah.
will not hesitate to share it with you now.
Is there a sigil here that I could learn?
There is
Just in
indeed.
case. Would you mind sharing that with me?
I would not. And if ever you decide to abandon your adventuring days, I'm certain a position of a dean will await you here.
As a teacher?
If you wish so.
Sure.
A couple months ago, only to imagine I was giving you scrolls you couldn't even cast yourself, and now the powers rival the power of the brightest minds in the tower.
I think they have so much more knowledge than me.
No?
I'm like a two-trick pony.
In
I
quantity,
can cast
perhaps.
a big fist and I can teleport. That's it.
Alright. Yeah, he once again, like Harvest Dragon, well, you're not surprised as he casts a spell and you see the room behind the dragon arc starts moving, like disappears out of sight as if it's like rotating, and then it rotates to reveal another room, and inside of that room you do see, well, something similar to Lady Khazar's teleportation circle, albeit different. Rubius guides you inside and spends a bit of time explaining to Arles, not to Arles, sorry, to Deus, the reading of the sigils on the circle. You commit them to your memory. As you are not allowed to write it down, you must commit it to memory. Rubius walks out of the room, informs you that he has turned off the anti-magic field that currently blocks travel within the circle, and he does warn you that if you want to come, you must warn him, otherwise this room will be inaccessible. They cannot allow just anyone to come. So do give him a call if he needs to, if you need to, and asks you to do come visit him occasionally with more stories, and wishes you all the best luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you. We will make sure to come back.
Alright. Do you actually have spell slots to travel again?
Fuck no.
I mean, I was thinking.
You're like, okay, goodbye. Oh wait.
Don't you
Maybe
forget
not.
No, we just learned his sigil here. It's not like we know the one for Kreuzung anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. On
Did
that,
he teleport us there?
yeah. On that note,
That's what
basically,
we
it's
asked in the
like
first place.
it's like, all right, yeah, okay. Perhaps there is still more for you to learn.
Yeah.
Definitely need to train your magical mojo, expand your stamina, so to speak, perform arcane exercise. But so long as you keep doing this, it will expand, although not by much, honestly. Like, he does tell you that. Frankly, even for him, teleporting more than twice a day is hard.
Yeah.
And even then, he will have to spend a high level pool of energy to get back. But yeah, he takes you to Kreutzung. Actually, no. At first, he contacts Albert, clears you for teleportation. You wait until Kreutzung defenses are removed. He contacts Albert again to confirm that after like half an hour. Confirms they're removed.
This is like very weird considering we teleported there in the past.
You have teleported
In the
into the
courtyard.
courtyard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So seemingly not like the whole castle complex is protected from teleportation, considering it is large, well, huge, humongous, gargantuan, but the room itself is protected, considering that a lot more people know teleportation circle than they know teleport. But yeah, he gets you there. You're welcomed by guards, as Rubius does use this moment to also teach you. Yes, another camera to teach you the sigil for Kreutzung. Actually, make me an intelligence check. Lewis.
Mm-hmm. Just straight intelligence. I love that.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Right now, you pretty sure you remember both sigils for Rubius and Kreutzung by heart. Although it might be a good idea for you to occasionally like write them down and then just like burn or destroy the paper and just like refresh it in your memory. Okay, yeah. So, where do you like? Yeah, like the guards do welcome you because it's procedure, but they are aware of who you are. They are there to escort you because it is by the rules, because you are of the level that requires military escort, just as the others don't bother you. But
First of all, I would like to quickly go to Nayati's room and just steal some shit from there that I've known has been there for a lot of time.
I think Ceruz is unhappy with me and is cursing me.
You're right?
Yeah, just how do I call it?
Bad hiccups?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That's not a problem. Where else do you want to go?
Wait, we're in the castle?
Yes, you're in the castle.
I think we have a couple of things we need to do.
No,
Yes.
it's this level difficult.
Can I ask you something before? What did you think of the two news that Lady Kazar gave us? The one with the dragon key or whatever it is, the artifact, and the other one with that thing.
I don't know. The first one is too unclear, but I strongly believe that that's Oko. And the second one...
Is that something that we want to pursue?
It's a big risk. And we don't know how far off it is. I don't think immediately that it would be a good immediate option. Also, we do have a couple of days to think on it, I think.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget it, Melora, can you scry on Zyros' sister?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. I think we should do that right now because if it's my suggestion.
I'm just imagining like Albert is like, okay, they're coming. He's like sitting in his office, like moves his paper, like moves his pen, like. And like meanwhile, let's run to the other wing to steal something from Ned's room. Let's spend. And it's like 10 minutes to scry. Albert is like,
We're talking for now.
yeah, no, I'm just joking.
Sitting there trying to look important and doing
Yeah.
stuff.
Like moves the pen to another place. Like, sharpen the quill. Okay, yeah, go ahead, cast your.
Do you think we should do it now?
Never mind.
I mean, why not? We should. You did have a valid point that it has been like 3 days. Who knows wherever she might be right now?
I've got an idea, but yeah, somewhere that's gonna be immune to divination magic is gonna be my guess, but we can certainly try.
But if I think we should get it out of the way right now.
Sure.
Works for me. And she tries to cast it.
Go for it. It's a wisdom saving throw, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Should be against a 18.
Alright. You prepare the ritual, fill up the bowl with water and wait until it calms down and peer into its clear depth. Seeing your own reflection first in the water and trying to peer past, sending your vision deeper into the distances beyond. Ouch! Deeper into the distances beyond. The water starts rippling like it usually does before showing the person you're looking for. And keeps rippling. And keeps rippling. And calms down without connecting it to anything or anywhere.
Yep.
No,
Yes.
I'm afraid.
I think she's immune now. I think she's somewhere where she's immune. That's what those 3 days did definitely cost. Anyways, I don't think this is gonna be the last time we try.
Yeah.
And I don't think we are leaving Kreitzung until like the 21st of. So like 3.5, 4 days that we're gonna be spending here, I think. Is what I'd say. So we'll have plenty of opportunities and we might choose to start haunting some dreams again.
Yeah. Want to go say hello to the king?
Yeah, let's do that.
He's probably expecting us already.
I think so too.
Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Here's the kings. King's here, yo. What you want, guys? I'm not gonna describe you walking through the hallways of the castle again, not being clad. I'm too tired for this.
How does he look? Okay, is he like in normal
Shape.
posture, shape?
He is of normal size, of normal height. He is not blue. He is not bleeding. He looks like himself.
Okay, good.
But make me a perception check. Okay. So as you peer a little bit closer, is that something draws your attention to his face? Is that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's a habit you also had, like when you're writing your music and hold the quill in your hand and forget about it and kind of like poke it with your cheek and it leaves an ink stain. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. I will tell him, King, you have ink on your right cheek.
Also, we have a bit of good and a bit of bad news, as per usual, I think. Nothing too special in that regard. The forest will soon be clear again, likely, since what's living there is not gonna be living there anymore. It's moving into the mountains.
Do you basically do you tell the story vaguely like that, or do you actually explain what you did? And
For now, I'm saying it exactly the way I'm saying it, and if he wants to ask, he can ask.
okay.
And whatever was inside Mount Piroteos is gone as well. The rather unfortunate part about it is that there wasn't really anything in there in the first place. It's just something Lady Khazar put in there as a means to train us without us knowing.
Well, to be fair, she didn't put the portal there, but she did put a fucking dragon there.
Well, yes, a fake dragon, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fake dragon.
well, those are news. What happened? Disturbing. It is good that the forest is now clear. And
It'll take a couple of weeks, likely. It's not now. It's not clear as of yet. They are
you
gonna be
encountered
migrating.
the spider itself.
Yes.
Have
Yeah.
you found the nest and destroyed it?
No. Found the nest? Yes. Destroyed it? No.
Then I do not understand why would it become.
The spider moved into the forest because creatures from the fire elemental plane were coming through up in the mountain where it lived before that. It used to prey on frost giants and creatures that live in the mountains for many years before it came down there because of that.
I was intending to ask you why you could not just kill the thing, but if it was preying on giants, I understand why, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It
now
was
imagine
also-
it bigger.
How do I put this into an appropriate condition? What would be the problem? You know how mice compare to most humans? That's about the size difference we're talking about between us and the spider.
To protect us. Are you certain that it will no longer haunt the forest?
It doesn't have that much, and it liked where it came from before. It said it was a great place for brooding and for feeding and the
Wait.
like.
Are you implying that you have engaged with this creature in a conversation?
Yes.
Like, sits down. I need to process this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we felt like after that.
We'll give you some more good news, though. We are, from now until the festivities are over, we are at your disposal here in Kreuzon, I think. We don't plan on leaving until after them.
Because news of castle-sized, sentient, talking spiders are not good news for the king.
Yes, that's why I wanted to give him some good news.
That is good. Yes, there is a lot to work, and we have. Well, if we start today, 5 days before the event, a lot to plan. Your celebration, Alice, and the event we wanted to plan for the Great Oak.
Yes.
I suppose you will all be very busy for the next couple of days. Miller and Traeger, I have discussed this with the Temple Shantir, but they are farmers. They are not forest people. They will require your assistance to set up an explanation for the people. And Arlis, I'm afraid there's a lot of training expecting you in the next couple of days. A lot to learn, a lot to polish. And Lius, whatever you think you can help us with, I'm certain your skills will be very, very crucial for us.
Yeah, sure.
Well, at the very least, there is likely to be a speech for Arlis, and I think you should be the one to write it.
I'm happy to help, but I think Arlis is a very competent speaker. I'm happy to help if he wants.
Well, maybe check it, translate it into posh language.
I'll spend some time on working on the music to accompany the whole thing.
Well, wait, we're not going into that yet. You're still with the king.
No. I'm telling that to the king.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
Yeah, just so he knows that I do have other stuff that I want to spend some time on.
Good. You should not be disturbed otherwise. Forgot to mention it last time, but there is still the money that came in for you from Fandolin and the earnings from the whole Hidden Talents merchandise. Yes, as well as the general setting for the proceedings, if you wish to read them. And there has been a package that came in for you, Leos, actually. We checked it for danger, although we didn't open it. It appears to be one of those new boxes from Nebo that contains gold. That is on the magic that we were able to find on it. It doesn't mean there is no risk inside, but...
Contains what?
It probably contains a finger or a hand from Neati. Open it.
Excuse me?
Ceruleus has Neati. Or at least he's making me think that he has her.
I am sorry to hear that. It has been placed in secret place in case it was a trap, but I'll have somebody bring it to you.
Yeah. Maybe best to open it in here.
Yeah. Just in case it's trapped some way or another.
Very bad.
Curses could also be a topic.
And he calls in somebody, tells them to bring in the box. They go away.
Yeah, as soon as we have the box, I will open it.
No, you wait for a while. Albert is unsure what to say. He understands. Well, he thinks he understands the graveness of the situation, but there is not really something he can tell you to make it better, so he just keeps quiet. But after a while, a box is brought in. It's about this big. Just wrapped in oiled paper and crisscrossed with rope. Passed on to you.
I open it.
You cut the rope. She opens the paper. It looks like an ordinary wooden box. Not even specifically ornate or anything, more like something that would be used for transportation, all those small things. It's visible, not visibly, but physically cold to the touch, not unpleasantly so, but cold. There's a latch, but that's about it.
Can I inspect the latch if there's any?
Yeah, make me an investigation check.
Yeah.
At advantage.
There is no lock. Frankly, there's no space for anyone to fit a trap inside of the latch. It's just like so that it doesn't open. You test it. It's weights about as much as you would expect a wooden box of this size to weight. And something rattles inside of it. Like granules or rocks.
Yeah, I just open it and look into it.
You open the box to see it half filled with ice that has not melted. And it's cold. And between that ice, you find fingers.
How many?
Many fingers. You'll have to take them out to count.
I will count them.
Out of the box, you take out 10 fingers. Seemingly just enough to complete a person.
Do I recognize the fingers?
Make me a medicine check.
Yeah, I'm super good at that.
No blood idea. I mean, they look small and slender enough to belong to either a female or maybe a young person, but you have no way of figuring out if it's the fingers of a human or of an elf, or if it's specifically her fingers. They do look... They definitely are not fingers of someone who worked hard labor. These are not laborer's fingers, but...
I will ask Melora and say, can you use that to scry on someone? I want to know if that finger belongs to like some generic farmer or to someone else.
After she moves her hand away from her mouth in shock, it looks like it. Yeah. That's out of character, but in character, I'm sorry. Yeah, that should work.
You definitely notice that Leos is looking angry. That's something you wouldn't have seen before.
She looks worried, and she kind of fell, hoping for some good news.
Cast a spell and make me a medicine check. Okay. You are far better at knowing human bodies. You are certain that these are female fingers. You are certain that these are fingers from a single person. They are not fingers from a different person. They are just like 10 fingers, all of them, not missing, not anything. You are certain that they have been cut off by a large blade, and judging by the cut, the person they had been cut away from was alive during that. That's as much as you can figure out immediately. As you cast your spell and concentrate, you get the same response you got just slightly earlier from Voltari. It does not connect.
She grimly looks up to Leos. I'm sorry. I couldn't get anything.
You don't need to apologize. It's fine.
Albert is just sitting like this.
She may still be alive. I just can't reach to her.
I turn to Alice and say, as I hold the box of fingers, please keep in mind I don't finish the sentence. I just put down the box and just stare at it.
I'll reach into the bag of holding and take out a very particular black crown. You know what this is?
No, what is that?
This is a sort of soul prison. One that Said Nevek kept some black king in. And we had it identified. And Amzuso said that basically it serves as a prison. If we put it on someone's head, the souls will swap. The Black King comes out, and the other person goes in. This is what we're going to be doing with Ceruleus. Whenever we're done with whatever information he's gonna get us, we're gonna put him in this box. We're gonna throw him into the deepest ocean somewhere, and he's gonna go insane over thousands and thousands of years.
No.
Yes.
And release the king?
We can kill the king in that body.
I look up and ask Trego, Ceruleus did kill someone from your family, didn't he?
My father, yes.
Good. Well, not good, but I will leave it up to you to kill Ceruleus. If
No
I
one
find
deserves.
if I find Niati to be dead, if anyone stops me from killing him, I will never forgive you.
I didn't say anything about not killing him, but no one deserves that kind of fate.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, that this motherfucker either goes into the crown or he dies.
He's going into the crown.
They're trying to mess with your mind. That could be anybody's fingers.
Look,
Just like when they messed with our dreams.
look. If it is her fingers, I was willing to pay that price. Because we are the ones that are supposed to take him down. And if I get lured in by the life or my wife, I would be compromised and I wouldn't be able to do what I need to do. If it's not her fingers, then it means she's already dead. Either way, she's gone. Because this scenario will end with her being dead, no matter what we do. As soon as we set one foot close enough to Ceruleus, you can be damn sure that she dies. If she isn't already. So, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's make a decision what we do. Once we have a plan, we will go for it. I take the fingers from Melora and put them back into the box that closed the box. And just hold it.
I'm stashing the Black King's crown again.
And on this note, we'll end the session of the night. Next week will be pretty hard for some of you. But we'll see what happens.